Hello? Fuck. Test 1, 2. There we go. Hello. Hi. How's everyone doing? Hope all doing well on this beautiful Wednesday evening. Is it Wednesday? It is Wednesday, right? Yeah, okay, cool. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't Wednesday, to be fair. Ah, I just choked on my own fucking spit. Holy hell. Anyway, we are back. We are playing more Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Juan. We're on the final episode in the last couple of trials. Last time we found out that Marshall decided to do a little stabby, and the Marshall himself did a little bit of stabby, and now always did a videotape for like 2 hours because Capcom had a point to prove that they can show videotapes now. So they had to show the Nintendo DS is capable of video recordings. So let me just boot up the funny video game real quick. Aha. Bit of this, bit of that. And boom. Nice. Perfect. Alright. Continue. It's time for day 3. It's investigation time again. It is February 24th, 3:13 p.m. in the Rykan offices. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm sorry for what my sister said. Ah. Oh yeah, true, she faked evidence. True! That's also kind of what got revealed. They faked evidence to fucking get a serial killer arrested. And that's why the entire court went into fucking uproar, so they had to cancel the goddamn court. Right. Right. Phoenix Wright. I didn't know. I never knew that this SL9 incident was just another name for Joe Dark killings. Looks like everyone's heard about these killings but me. Anna wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. Huh? What do you mean what happened to you? It's all here in the file. I don't want to read this. Just tell me. Oh. Joe Dark's last victim was Prosecutor Nero Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. What did you have to do with those killings, Emma? On the night Prosecutor Nero was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you... Yeah, I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Okay, so... It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. And suddenly, this terrifying man came burst into the office. He does kind of look like Kira. He does kind of look like Kira. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him, then... what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture of my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted the guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yeah, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's where it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may have not known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After the case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold, like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she said, especially not to Emma. What did you see in that instant the crime record? Tark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. I knew Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that incident. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago? I must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was all over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grew up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I wanted to be able to fight crime with my testimonies, and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way, Lana would never have to forge any. You see, I'm finally starting to understand what makes them a tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. It's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at that time, right? Yeah, that's right. Why would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Huh? George Ark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. Why did he run all the way over to his sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's new to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I better have another talk with her. Well then, let's get... Actually, let me check the full record. Anything here? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, nothing I need here now. No! Not gonna watch that fucking tape again. That's just a picture of this. Oh yeah, we're still missing a piece, right? Yeah, we're still missing the piece. No clue where it is though. Yeah, that's how these doctors work. See? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Your dog deceased. Dead. Death penalty. Mike Meekins. Alright. To the Tetris and there we go. Hello! Lana. Mr. Wright, it seems like he's causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risk. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh? About how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of job? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. I do indeed, because I do fucking need any intel I can get if I want to bust this case. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believe in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. Couldn't be helped, Emma. At that trial 2 years ago, I stole my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:15 there was no murder in the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana. What Mr. Starr said. But you're stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why would you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so phased before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. He was amazing. They should talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Gant is there as well! Chief Gant! He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked the crime scenes. Damon Gant. He was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could even be filed for. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was, to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. You wish ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation led by Damon Gaunt, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gaunt and I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office! We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jack Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was a serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place. They tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us? Dave McGann and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So I waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the sea, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Don't blame her after all her system was gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But the case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extreme because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his action came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Huh? Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, decide on the final SL9 murder. Am I even allowed to go there? I mean, I can give it a shot, sure. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kinda quiet around you today. You're right. Chief of Detective seems the same though. Why don't we go look for some other people to talk to? Right, you can come back here later. Oh, this is not how I get into the... Oh yeah, right. Go to the main entrance. Gotcha, Chief. Howdy, Bambino. Oh, Mr. Marshall. Never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera, you never know where life leads you, eh, Bambino? Should've known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? So, the prosecutor's offer for letter of interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But, Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why the prosecutors hit west? If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh. Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. I don't have any, I'm sorry. Someone was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either, all the detectives felt so. What do you mean fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright, but in the initial autopsy report, the question was raised. Question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound that the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there's a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. What? Now every report that finally submitted, that possibility had been erased. Yet the facts have been concealed with forged evidence. Our case left behind scars on all of us. Scars that the S9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I just made a detective when that went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. Was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the, King of Prosecutors. I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. So Marshall must have really been close with his brother. When the S9 incident took place, it was the same day as... That's right, it was the day of the evidence transfer. Yeah! Interesting. I was prison that morning, and by night thought it was thunder. Can't believe 2 years had gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered. The evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew about it later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. Oh yeah, true, they were all like discharged. Miss Storm was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in the tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? But it's something to him too. Commissioners will get suspicious. No, they were careful enough to not be too obvious. They? What are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Dame again and Lana Sky. Huh? Oh, fuck. The investigation led Dame again and the second in command Lana Sky. Deal. It was the person of the force who hadn't heard of that duo. My case was the biggest step in both their careers. That was the case then that Don transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Dame again and the police arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone knew her said so. State Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. How did you mention it? I must have something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. What a secret. It all started 2 years ago. The faked evidence. So there you have it. That's my story. You enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth is my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Dame again. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Go up all that shit, just drink the booze. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. And he rides off into the sun. Actually, just rides off into the sunset. Oh shit. Wait, am I allowed to like go into the No one's here today. Not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. It must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. It's Edgeworth's room. Sure they can find something in here. Mr. Edgeworth isn't here. Maybe he's being questioned by an inquiry committee. He took a real beating in court today. Yeah, we found admitting to falsifying evidence 2 years ago. I guess we'll just have to come back later. Okay, but how do I get to the fucking, like, big-ass office? How did I get to the boss man's office? Ah! This is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. It must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if we're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Oh, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media in tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on and Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean okay for us to go in there? I mean, we weren't police officers or anything. Ah, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. But what are we waiting for? Let's hit the chief's office. Fuck it, we just walked in. What the fuck is this place? Holy! What the fuck? Where am I? The chief's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Dude! I never could remember where C was. Huh? Ah! Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! What that paper was reading on his desk? So, right, so have you been swimming lately? Ah, no, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. That is Mr. Marshall's brother. Huh. Mr. Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I don't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Yo, what's the ring of Gant, Lana, and Neil? Hold on, let me fucking look at my shit. Anyways, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters to think about. Where's the sword? Where's the sword? There's no sword there. Like, there's a slot for it, but there's no sword here. Huh? None desu ka? Eh? Like, look, there's a sword on that picture, but not in the the sword, the murder weapon. That couldn't have been it, right? That couldn't have been it, right? Unless it was the fucking murder weapon. Okay. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. We'll have to break and enter. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Mr. Gumshoe, where you at? I need you for a sec. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting so long? Actually, from serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have you ever seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, why do you ask? He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Lana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. This amazing talent as a prosecutor has kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this... Are really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Go out for lunch again sometimes, my treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. See if you don't have any problems with enemies. Oh, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at their file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seems genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean... when the kid Prosecutor Marshall was trying to protect some girl? Me. Seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, alright? Powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Huh. Your dog was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day, his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So, it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady who saw the second crime. The kid walked by then, so he killed it too. Then, when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came up to the scene and was killed. What the fuck? Finally, he turned himself in. He was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence. So he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. A crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily, Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. Last witness? A.K.A. Emma. Hey, is that? There's a tag attached to it with the label S9 incident on it. I believe that would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in the locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That's it. Now I remember what the incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. Well, what is it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. What was the murder weapon? Another knife. This knife was Joe Stork, wasn't it? Joe Stork's this. That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at that knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look at it to notice that. Yeah, well anyway. Take a guess where the broken off tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet. Down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Huh. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you need, you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. This office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Huh. Well, I'm gonna take this ID card, can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. That one worked either. That was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, gumshoes are our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind. Hey! Huh. But studying up on these files, there's nothing wrong with Mr. Edgeworth's presentation. I think people are accusing him of injustice. I have one in mind, pal. Looking into the case of Mr. Edgeworth? Yeah, it was a pretty big deal while it was gone, you know. After all, a serial killer was on the loose. But that was pretty clear in her confession. She forged evidence in order to prove Joe Dark guilty. How can I get this man to confess? Not to confess, but like let me to the office. Huh. Huh. Well, not yet, at least. Maybe I can find some more clues. Not here though. Edgeworth, you here? I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth's sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Did Detective Gumshoe out the window there? Oh no, he's fallen to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the guard's doing around crawling at my feet. He didn't even look. What? Letter of... If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it was your fault. I know the path I've walked. You don't need to tell me. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else ever should forgive me either. Uh-oh. I think it's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. Letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. What do you mean use it for something? Like blackmail account? I can give it to Gumshoe and pressure him so hard. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I've used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office shared bond of trust. That bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come down to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep his kind of emotions bottled up. Are you up for a trial tomorrow? First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on a trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I'll bet that's what my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists? That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I made a different part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Used the evidence that was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing on my mind at the time. Hey, we just saw a picture taken around that time. A picture? Something seems strange about it. Could you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? Never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yeah, just odds and ends. Clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is, until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, there was a piece of evidence in that case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's a story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. Huh. It's above that funky picture, right? This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gann's office. Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? The trophy Mr. Marshall's holding. It's a little different than yours. Yeah, you're right. Oh, I remember now. Remember what? That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. Story? Sounds interesting. Do you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction, that's what the award's based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first means halberd and the second means shield. Have you heard this story? Me? Oh, sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, for Emma's sake? Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with two items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Huh. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, why are we getting the music? The very description of these items discredited them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words, but it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion. Even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks Mr. Edgeworth, I learned something new today. That's funny. That's so, and why were you only given a shield? You have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Yeah, because, you know... They would realize if it was missing for 1 year and not every year. Chief Gant. Update, eh? Anyway... Oh, fuck. Excuse me. Oh, that's you. What do you if you care for quite a pound of roast beef? Miss Star! I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to uncover... Hello? Ma'am? Ma'am? This is not something we talk about. Listen. Yes, someone would have had to do it, but... Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on this very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Huh. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The incident Lana stabbed Detective Goodwin with a knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. There's no hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark, that's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think it was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Huh. Lana Sky. My sister? Best of the best were put in that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by the legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in our court was being manipulated. Items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept secret. But you didn't have proof anything illegal was done. And proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Life is quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Same again at Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation with Lana's second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. This... magnetism? But what I mean is the ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from his shock. Hey, Jason, what's poppin'? How you doing, mate? That's what makes it all the more infuriating. The star. That's why. I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Get hydrated, alright. I came prepared. Do I have water here? I actually had to buy water. I actually had to buy water like when I got home because I was like, oh shit, I'm on a bottle, so I just instantly like jumped into the store. Ah. Whew. Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right, having solved the S9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control. And then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? He could control the chief prosecutor, he would control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? He was probably holding the evidence that was fake? All of it? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, he's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude. There must have been a reason for a change. At last. I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Star. Listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. A better chief chef. Alright! Oh, you're back. You're still here? I gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Huh. Oh, that DJ. I got it by your persistency, but my answer's still no. Huh? I'm not letting you go to Chief's office, period. It'd be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene of the S9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. And I got something for you. Hey, your best friend might be resigning if we don't mess this, so... But watch this crumpled up piece of paper. What? What? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious! Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they've pushed him this far. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was cold as ice too. But I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence, but we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. Made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this. For Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Well, let's rumble. It's time to break it into... Well, it's more just trespassing. Here goes Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. What happens? I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeah! Ah! Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah! Think of gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came too. If you're here, then what's the point of giving us your ID card? Crushed and rendered unusable. I don't enter my card. I already ever got a chance to come in here. So I figured I'd take a look at it myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come, let's go see what we can find out. Got a bad feeling about this. You know the worst part is? I don't know how advanced police technology is in this universe, right? Or like, doors. Couldn't they track access to the door with the ID card on it? I'm just saying. They probably could track access, like who went into that room at what time and that shit, but... I don't know. It might be fucked either way. Oh, phone. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh yeah. Whip out the iPhone one. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this though. Hey, look at the case name. SL9. Of course. I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what. No, about evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there was a lot of evidence. Half-size list of evidence. Experts said the same about this. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Was ripped in half. Ripped in half, eh? Give me a sec. Oh, I can't read it. Eh? Nandeska? Wonder what this is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketching. It's what Emma drew. What is it? Did you find something? Can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, right? I better not forget about this picture. Just show her right now, because it's the thing she drew. It's the thing she drew. This is a real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure is, pal. The chief doesn't care for imitations. First a pipe organ at his armor? Do you know how many taxpayer dollars must have gone into this room? What? You mean we're paying for this? Yeah, it's the police. That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my tax. Oh shit! Run. Fucking run. Emma's committing tax fraud. Hello? Hello? IRS? You don't know how many taxes to pay. Careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may be hiding in his armor as we speak. I don't think he's fit in there. Even if he did, he'd not be able to get back out. Cut it out. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Emma just admitted to fucking tax fraud. Hello? Yep. I'll look a little more to see. Right. Look, it's a safe. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe, but worth of ripe intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. 7-digit number. I just might know what it means. Do I? Do I know? I don't think I know. Another 10 minutes. Weapon found in the wound was missing tip. Single stab wound piercing heart and lung. Okay. Don't touch that fucking thing. 7-digit number. Didn't we see one of those somewhere? How about we try during my birthday? No? 7-digit number? Where? Nah. Huh. This organ sure is a sight to behold. Occasionally we hear him playing it from the Criminal Affairs Department. On the 2nd floor, and this is the 15th floor of an entirely different building. When a detective screws up, the detective chief calls him to this office and makes them listen to the organ for hours. What's the bad about that? Music soothes the soul. After that, the detective can't hear anything for days except for the ringing in their ears. So it's an instrument of punishment, literally. Aren't your chief's ears affected? He never listens to anyone anyway. That's beside the point. Look at a giant window. Makes you want to crash through it and jump outside. Is this the 15th floor? Oh no, I was just saying. Saying what? I was just making a detective. I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. These shelves are mostly empty. Anna must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame on the left shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. What's Lana's desk? It sure is tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. Not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No. Steve Gunn will still keep it clean in memory of their partnership. And where the stuffed legends were made of. Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? I was taken on that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving his trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here, and then went along with Chief Gann to question Dark. I bet he never knew he'd be dead just a few hours later. Gee, you think? A desk on the other side of the room. Was that your sister's? Oh, sorry. Yeah, it was where I was waiting for Lana. On that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gann's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves us a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk? No one except Chief Gann. And the cleaning lady who's in here this morning. No, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Could I ask you something? Sure. You only came in to look around, right? Because it's one of the SLI crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Ah, you wouldn't be. No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. That's a fact, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to stop bothering you, pal. You don't just let it go with that. Sorry, this guy starts to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gann might be a suspect, do you? Yeah, what? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gann, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. That's what the chief was reading before, wasn't it? You know, when we first came in here? Yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgewell's list really was only half of the whole thing. But regardless bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of that form, pal. Back? Yeah, but I don't know what numbers related to this. 7-digit number. Where could I find a 7-digit number? That's the stabbing. That's bugger all. This is also fuck all. The number here. Doesn't seem like it, eh? No, it's not. There's no number here at all. Never mind then. Yo, Wilhelm, what's up? Hope you're doing well. Where was the number at? It's just a glove. Oh yeah. Yeah. Funny word games, I know. Looking at the crime. Nothing here. 7-digit number, what the fuck could it be? Can't be one of the IDs, right? That'd be hilarious. What that one entry ID was? I mean this one, nah. It's all set. Surely. Surely. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. What time my birthday it is. Better idea. Here goes nothing. No way. Oh, what the fuck? Bingo. Huh? No fucking way it was the empty number. What number did you enter? Which birthday was it, pal? The bunch of sevens, the final D-card number on the record. What? The number of this mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 77777? Ah, D number? I think you're 17 shy this time. It's gonna mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Hey, anyone care to look inside? Oh, I need to check this. When did this number enter the room again? 20 minutes before Edgewood. Huh. Didn't you tell Edgewood to put something into that room? Huh. Anyway, let's commit some theft. Is there any money in there? How much has this stashed away? Look, it's a shot from a broken cup. This someone looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? I know exactly. There's something else in there too. It looks like a piece of leather cloth with a handprint on it. It's a handprint, isn't it? Alright, I saw someone wearing a shirt like that once. You think the chief made up that design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is it? This is all that. Wasn't it safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it. And a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with that case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on dying here. Great, now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. What are these two items related to the SL9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show, Detective. Hey, my man, my dude. So there's this funny pot I found, right? Detective Gumshoe, could you have a look at this car? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Oh, those were the days. Kind of fun to be nostalgic. Wasn't this a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shot had an Ansel Einstein sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Huh. Now you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Yep. Yeah, let me see that shot. I'll take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, there's some glue. I can piece this together again. Some proof Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Ta-da! There, looks like a charm. That of course means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of its jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece is just attached. It's different from the others. What do you mean it's different? There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line? That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Here, it's hard to make out, but there's a dark red stain here. It looks like blood. The piece of Chief has is different though. Blood stains on the other pieces are just spots. But this one's a line. That's odd. Does it draw anything? Is there anything like drawn on it? Doesn't seem to be, you know. At the bottom. Here. What's the purpose of the bottomless jar? Dude, what is the purpose of the bottomless jar? Is it like a mechanism you could put on something? So about that piece of leather now. You know if it's Marshall? Of course I do. It was like a mentor to me. When I first started out, he even gave me a small cactus. Really? He said, Dick, she'll listen to all your trouble. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe talks to a cactus. Hard to believe he's just a patrolman now. Someone ought to trade places with him. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Oh no. You understand? Okay, cool. I don't have anything useful to share to begin with. That piece of leather. How do I say I need that piece of leather? Huh. Yeah, but the spot cylinder. Can I go around I can go around taking butt traces too. Wow, it's a new type? I've never seen that bottle before. That's 3 inches to your base height. Base height? Let me see that. Looming tar, new and improved growth formula. You mean you just can't take any blood traces? Well, not quite the same thing as lumen oil. But that's why the lady at the counter had that smirk on her face. Huh. Detective Gumshoe, I could have a look at this. Hey, I know about what it is. Oh, you want to take some fingerprints? Great, Detective. Alright, go to town, sheesh. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprint. Not your fingerprints you want to take. It's the piece of leather. Come on. Come on, this isn't time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in your safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it, right? Ish, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check for prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth, and then once they sculpt into prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I have to be told that a million times. Alright, let's get this over with. Oh. Huh? What? I wasn't allowed to spray for some reason. Let me. What? Yeah. Ah. Just like the finger first. Ciao. That was fast. Huh. Give it my best shot. The end result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? It doesn't look like we'll get a cleaner result from this print. Try a different finger then. Try another. Pew! Aha! Haha! Come on. Oh. Pow! There you go. Now let's see. It's not Gant. It's not Meekins. It's not Marshall. Can't be Bruce. Not. It's fucking Emma's. What the hell? Huh? No. How can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Whose fingerprints were they? Huh? Oh, seems the prints are too old? They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing inside the cheese safe? Don't ask me. Just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. Huh. Well, was there any help? Of course. Thanks to your decal, we were able to get some hard evidence. That's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for this ID card, it would have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the code? Yeah! Chief Gant! I didn't think you'd be back so soon. Unfortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. You mean me, sir? No, then. I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID card on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But sir? Now get out. Yes, sir. Well, we got Gumshoe fired. We'll be on our way too, then. Phew, the one with the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You have the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright. No, whoa, what do you mean she's fucking abducting her? Huh? Look, pal, I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Well, I've seen some evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over to Chief again. Later, pal. What? To that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions. So she'll be busy for the rest of the day. Uh-oh. I see. so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. And I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days. It's absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Big-headed is the term he used, I believe. That's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you into silence. For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, who, may I ask, is the person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly frightened of? Who is this person's name? It's this motherfucker! Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners up until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, and tell me something. Why would you try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it though that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Shall we prove that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case? I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. This jaw piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touche, Mr. Wright. If that's your surmise, I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright, you can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. This case turned into 5 different ones in one. Definitely did. Definitely did. It's like, hey, cool, it's connected with another case in the past. We had that before, and now suddenly, hey, look! The chief of police is blackmailing a cunt. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I needed to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Motherfucker put the corpse, like, he shanked Goodman, put him into Edgeworth's fucking car, and made Edgeworth drive all the way to the fucking prosecutor's office, where he had Lana open the fucking thing, and then the guy woke up and she shanked him. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. Knife from yesterday incident. Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. She was just stabbing a dead body. Mance was already fucking dead. That explains the fucking autopsy report. Because he died between 4 and 5:30 from blood loss. But the thing is, that knife had to have conveniently been the exact same. I know my head's, hold on, my head's in the way, right? You see that funny number over there, that funny 4.5 inches? Yeah, she had to have conveniently have the same exact length of that knife. Which, you know, Mr. Gant probably put it in there. Yeah, he probably like measured the knives and was like, you know, throw it in. Busted. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Star, huh? Why is every prosecutor a fucking murderer, man? Well, you know, not her, but like, fucking Gant himself. Like, first Von Karma stabs a cunt and fucking beats us up with the evidence locker. And then fucking your chief of police stabs the cunt. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. You can only become prosecutor with really, you need to have first-hand experience of murder. You need to know how a real fucking like murderer thinks. And be like, ah, I see, that's what they do. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right, and then I called my sister. To tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. I'll explain why Emma is so confident. Lana's innocent. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Ever seen Dexter? I heard of it, but never watched it. Never watched it. A bad feeling. The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SN9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. No, you fucked them all over. Is murder Soul's murder? Oh, gotcha, Chief. Damn. That sounds interesting. However, it seemed that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to secure the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident with the evidence room? Kind of. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana! You've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and as an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, and there's only one way to drive off Lana's dirty demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real Who went down into Chief's office 2 years ago? To be continued. Alright. Time for war. February 25th, 9:47 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is Defendant Lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? Where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems as if... That's bad news. Where's Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777 ID number is, that is? Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday, because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. Not gonna say anything but objection. Hey Tom, what's up? After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it! I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. Truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce upon the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gaunt has on her, it's now. Quarter number 9. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statements. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Phase into existence. Morning, folks. How's everyone doing? Well, Audrey, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough letters out of my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. Nuh-uh! Oh, fuck. What's all this about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well done. What's on your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all Fuck off! Fuck off! February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. No, you didn't! The underground No, you did. Shut the fuck up! No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But, fuck! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me. What the fuck are you doing? Oh. Gant is holding her fucking sister hostage. That motherfucker's holding her hostage. Piece of shit. But it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Fuck off! Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. That's time for Edgeworth to stand up, literally. This can't be happening. It appears it's time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. One moment, Your Honor. But, Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Anything ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. And you wear Edge's hair, the man, the legend. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, hmm? Huh. I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me to be. The what finger waggle says. With this sudden confession from a defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Huh. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Sky. Oh! She's not here because that motherfucker has her. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue. I don't care what you think, Miss Sky. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, Chief Gant? Worthy, you'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Sky, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. God damn it, he's out for blood, he really is. Also, hi Carrie, hi! Oh, so I did drag her out. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Sky. My occupation? Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered a serial killer Joe Dark after Joe Dark killings. Goldworth, actual Goldworth! This is correct. Yes, I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved but 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Huh. Well, okay then. You sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. Yes, the was all finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago! Alright, party time. Judge and Edgy up, bros. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. Why me now? Two years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under the deputy chief of police, Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever. Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and this guy used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office. That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play that day too. The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day. Hannah promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work. A man? Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer. Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When you saw his chance, you fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky in Gant's office. There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was good as dead. And that's when the Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't really remember what happened then, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark just then. The lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman? The victim? So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Lost, you say? Unfortunately, I have it right here. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. It's strange I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. But I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. The picture that Emma drew, it reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. Seen it imprinted an image on your mind. Can you please describe it to us? Man. That must have been a real shock. Even now, when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly. Tell us, what were you doing at the moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dark was holding you hostage. When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other. I'm pretty sure I was watching them. It doesn't have any reason to lie. But Lana sure does. Whoopie-doo! Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence. Ugh. Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutors for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold! This is the evidence list for the SN9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. turn it over. What is this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's a picture I drew. Indeed. Two men appear to be resting here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists. They're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Sky, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. This list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor! Are you right, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. The evidence list was torn in half. Then there might be more of a drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible, but see... There's nothing wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. No! No, make it go away! Make it go away! That thing! That thing that was dancing in the evidence room! Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out for scrap paper. Out of scrap paper. Huh. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Yes, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? Is this unrelated? It might be unrelated, but at the same time, let me tilt my head here because, you know, I can't just tilt my monitor because it's another one of those. The thing. Huh. Surely it can't be unrelated, what? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's pick. Round 2. Anyway, Patrolman Gumshoe has a ring to it. No! No. Gumshoe will stay a detective. I'll make sure of it. I'll put Gant behind fucking bars. Patrolman come. No, stop it. Leave him alone. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I mean, Patrolman Wright is kind of dope too. No! The defense may now begin its cross-examination. You did draw this picture right after the incident? I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later. At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything. Detective Meekins, perhaps? Huh. I'd rather not. During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Chief Prosecutor Meekins. Oh god! Well, 3 days later. The memory should still have been fresh in our mind. Excuse me, witness. but can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black? So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marsh who had to come to your rescue? No, I couldn't see him clearly. The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor. Ryk had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Poor Emma, I'm just glad she wasn't hurt. What happened after the lightning flashed? That's when Onion Head arrived. You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry. The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint. Do you really need to torture this girl any further? What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture. Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course, this is the exact scene. It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives. Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright? Oh, no, of course not. Better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me. Mr. Wright, there's something that's bothering you about this picture. Huh? Oh, well. Strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet, there's clearly a contradiction here. Save. These don't look like knife. What's the wrong evidence? Look what that is yet. Like Thorpe broke it, exactly, but can't it just like instantly deliver the fucking... Can I just instantly tell them it might be this fucking thing? Like I know it's the sword from the from the trophy, right? And that's why it's this funky sword, right? Can I instantly just say, look at this? Nah. How do I lead into this? The autopsy report? Ah! That would have been my second guess. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright, perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction. Tip of knife. Yeah, apparently the tip of the knife was stuck in the man's chest. But... what part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report? Bleh. But she drew it, yes. Contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see the tip is broken. Huh? Okay, I guess. You don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of her knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dog was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once, and the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Bruh! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand. Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken before, it could have possibly wind up there. That's right, but what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence. There is another evidence. There is another weapon because, you see that funny blade there, right? A funny statue blade out of, like, cheap plastic. Right? No, it's bronze, but still. And how it's suddenly missing in further iterations because, Mr. Gant cancelled its usage. I don't know. You're fretting on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Gah! Order! 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 Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving a King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. That's true. Then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Huh. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? There is another one! The witness is adamant about the accuracy of what she saw. It can't just be explained by a simple observed. That's the one from the picture. No, it is the one. Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assumed then that you have some information about this other broken knife? If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. There's some real murder weapon. The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. It's a picture of the award ceremony. Ugh! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Order! 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 Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shielded knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh. Oh! But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Nani? Wait! I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? This list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Huh? All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mixed up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Oh boy. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I sure saw his shadow. Meekins rushed it. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year. What means he didn't even exist 2 years ago? Yes, well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't persuade us any further! Lana! What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. You can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. Seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. When you say that man, I assume you refer to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows. Power outage that immediately preceded the events. It's also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you... Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? It was about to stab Mr. Marshall. Seems convinced the dog was the one holding the knife. Well, as we've just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife. Well, I didn't know at that time. When that dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was I've got to help that other person. What do you mean you think? She did. She did actually hit him because that piece of cloth is probably from Marshall's outfit. It all happened so fast, and I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, all kind of a blur. The Sky was almost killed before she was a witness to a murder about to take place. There's so much happening in a matter of seconds, so the disorientation is only natural. I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife. What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Are you sure about this? Of course. See? I even drew a picture of him here. But it was the chief of detectives who fought up this hideous beast. That was just this year. The blue badge didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable. I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that thing had caused enough commotion. Tell us, where in the room did you see him dancing? His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken. That may well be. But that's important. What's important is that what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, and I suppose you have an explanation. If so, by all means, tell us what this shadow really was. Oh, I must fall when that lightning flashed. Who is this blue badger really? trophy? Nah. Couldn't have been the trophy. What angle would she have to look at this to fucking see 3 fucking horns pop out? Like at the same side. Boom. What's the fucking pot? I just might know. The badger hadn't even been dreamt up when I went through this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on that fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger lookalike. The mysterious blue badger was, in fact, this. But that's... what exactly is that? I believe it's some sort of jar. Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Or viewpoint? I'm sure I have the correct angle to look at this from. Hang on, this is gonna take like half an hour. Surely you can forgive me, game? I have enough leeway. Well, is this a miracle or what? Okay, I had enough leeway. No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No. Can't be. Order! Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed, very well then. Please tell us, what's different now that we know that it witnessed saw this jar? Probably the location? No. The murder weapon, he was fucking... This autopsy report is fake. It's completely fucking fabricated. It was a fucking concussion to the fucking brain. Allow me to take these in turn. The moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. In a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of the jar is shown in the picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, then it seems these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Honest Guy's office. It happened on the other side of the room, in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murder moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Honest Guy's office? Yes. What would you do about it? There's no reason. Exactly. There wasn't a reason. You wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? When you figured it out. This is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? It would have to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. The man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on. What would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. He was stabbed by the fucking soldier. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall winning the knife, the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Skye knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Emma killed a man. Congrats, Emma, you killed someone! You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! Pass the fuck out. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Skye, but given the circumstances, Joe Dodd murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe you in your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I am willing to bet you don't. I do, actually. I'm sorry to tell you, but your sis killed a man. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this with evidence. If you don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. Just the wild goose chase from the beginning. Touche, Miss Skye. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible! Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. No such a message exists. Got to think back to the court record. Every murderous name of a victim may have left behind. This looks drawn. It exists, but it's unconclusive. Anything written on this thing? No. I'll probably need to like tell her she actually pushed him. Is that a kanji? Potentially. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys the message from the deceased. This is a message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name? That thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgot this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar. Looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason the blood in some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here, drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left in him to leave behind a message. One that apparently someone wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed direction. Precisely so, all we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor? I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. I have to connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim could have written, given the circumstances. Murderer's name. Look, I got to connect dots. Wow, look at me. The defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all, my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Sky. See, Worthy, I can't say I didn't warn you. Oh, shut the fuck up, Gad. Chief Gad. Do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, George Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. Because you gave it to him, you bastard. But your dog really was a serial murderer, that's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter. Even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery, ultimately the responsibility falls on the prosecution. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. Going on to the prosecutor's office. You might have sent an innocent man to this stuff. How can he just stand there like this wasn't his fault? Order, 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 order! Given's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Ooh. We're finishing this bitch up. I don't care. We're bringing this to downtown. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Yeah. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gunshoe, what is it? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. I can stop it all if you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it on us having you run errands again. Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here. He asked me to give you this if there was a break into today's trials. Evidence law? I was talking about this just the other day. Oh, the approval of the police department. Uh-huh. Nice. Your prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him? I guess I'll need to give this book a fair read. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to case on trial. Shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Yeah, because he denied everything. Doesn't look like I'm gonna do you any good now, though. All that's left now is the prosecutor's sentence. That's why you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? I'm still sitting in my prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all ruined for this forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky found you and victimly caused a man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana did murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose it. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time I bring it to an end. Order number 9. Open a reconvene for a trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well. Nobody knows where the prosecution calls for witness, but, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. Solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. I found a way to continue the trial. Oh well, the defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright, you do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. It's called... It's finally come to bring out the real murderer. motherfucker. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. Would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right. Bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical job? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you'd want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when not a sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Acting chief and he's not actual chief? Huh. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Not true. I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well, the witness may now begin his testimony. Whew, alright. As I recall, Nia and I were there questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently she had already arranged the crime. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Whenever sent you flying, it seemed Dark bumped his head. I see, everything seems pretty clear-cut. The police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Nia was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that. Was the defendant Lana Sky also present in the room? I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. Sonia and I split up. He went upstairs and I went downstairs. I guess you could say he got lucky. What's this about a power outage? Oh, that. The elevator stopped all of a sudden and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Nia was when that knife went into his heart, though. That's not funny. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. You and the serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Doc was also lying collapsed on the floor. Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to him were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was crowding Emma in arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Yeah. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved. So that means... You found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier it was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor.
Yes.
Anyway.
So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at your office?
Exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are excusable no matter what the circumstances.
That's how it really went down. Staring at the witness won't do any good, Mr. Wright. If you're going to stare at anything, you better stare at the court record.
Worthy, always a smooth talker.
Which piece of evidence is anti-forgery? Be a whole truth. Someone's got to bring Gaunt for the incident. Gaunt, whatever. So there's this one funny thing we found but never talked about, right? God damn it. Fuck. Oh, you're right. You fucked with the list. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up.
Explain yourself.
Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example.
That's what Emma Sky drew a picture on.
This was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gan, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office were both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Oh yeah, I was thinking a step too far, I guess.
Chief Gan, what is the meaning of this?
Oh,
here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy.
So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery?
Who, me, or do you mean you?
Me? What would I have anything to do with that?
Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Rifo?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured Dick will receive his due punishment.
What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying for work.
Just well. In light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding the pieces of evidence in your office, and in relation to the forgery that took place at this crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participated in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene would have helped me out in any way. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for it? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Dodgy, in return, though. I know, that place, right?
Huh? What, these guys telepathic? Telepathetic? I'd appreciate it if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations.
Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that.
Huh? Well, if you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and
Mr. Wright, what are you saying? Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're getting to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Ryder's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside the safe. They would prove his investigations was illegal.
Nah, I never faced anyone as slimy as this guy.
What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery.
If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery,
I'm not through speaking yet, Righto. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered.
are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation?
Would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Doc was sentenced.
Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient, right? The chief is talking about a possibility, so as long as you can't rule that out, your remarks, however clever that they may be, will only succeed in wasting time. I mean, something I don't know.
Come now, Righto. Come think about it.
How can you look me in the eye and say that?
Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neil? I'm not sure I don't care for the word murder here, but in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Sky. Well, you know. Well, do you now see?
Really, Chief Gans, at the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this.
What is this benefit?
That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh.
Resolution of the S9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh, that's a good one.
Huh?
Do you really think I'm that incompetent?
What do you mean?
Even without that case, I was already in a line to become the next chief. The resolution of S9 merely sped up the inevitable.
Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway.
Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me.
Yeah, controller for fucking... Nothing in it for you.
Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you better think again.
You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people, that's how I was raised.
You seem to be lax enough to on yourself, though.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy.
There's something in it for him. Given the selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Yes.
True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone.
Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well then, who is this person you believe Chen Gan may have helped forge evidence? Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant?
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. And this guy fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gantz, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the S9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
Huh. But what? How could he profit from all this?
He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations.
Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. God damn it, Judge. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy, you have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. Judge, get your mind on the gun, literally. There's no way she'd testify against Gas. I'm afraid of any proof it's almost amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious. Huh? This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's, impossible. Huh. Yeah, right. And Von Karma also never killed anyone. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating that Mr. Edgeworth said in easy to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who's decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe that the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us evidence that ties murder of these big Goodman. It would be this one, because it explains that this motherfucker, if you pointed her, but at the same time, the fucking knife is the issue. I don't know which one to put forward first. Screwdriver could also be a part of this. Because I don't know if we're asking for the motive now. Let's get to the motive. Fuck it, I'm gonna blow out the fucking evidence law first. Well, Chief. So long as Ryder here is tossing out things regardless of their relevance. Mind if I toss something too edgy? This shoe should do nicely. I'll chuck it right at you. You always were quite a joker, weren't you? Oops, looks like I got it wrong. Huh. Try to think back to what happened to the evidence. I mentioned find something during this investigation. The glove. Never mind. What did we find in there? Oh, yeah, the fucking number. Ugh. Yeah, enter the fucking room. Yeah, right. I'm dumb, yeah, I just... Free head actually shrink my forehead. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the number of yesterday. A bunch of 7s. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe at Chief Gant's office requires the code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean. I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was a bunch of 7s. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations. And I will demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now this court demands an explanation from you about the usage of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, that's the difference. I can go wherever I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I did with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine undisguised guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Can only be submitted to the chief of police. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. But to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh. Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. Accompanied him? There's no way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. You had really lent to Detective Goodman. It would have been found on his body. What was that fucking pose? You've got it. You didn't. The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as the place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lon at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're back after being left alone again? What did you miss? He's the murder. he killed Detective Goodman, and we're currently slamming him in the face about it. Forgetting something, Mr. Wright. That the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know. And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. Defense and offense are working together, literally. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I was just ordered an officer to do it? Oh, you, take this here dead body of the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the corpse to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking up space. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Gant used this. The funny glove from the car. Well, let's see. Maybe I'll use this later. To move your dead body, Mr. Ra- Whoa! Huh? What? How did he get him to do it? Oh. Oh, the screw. Okay, he wants me to use the screwdriver. That's what he's trying to tell me. This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body. What's that? A screwdriver? Well, what does it have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! Has to go. You've got no worse. Told me you wanted me to keep you here in the prosecutor's office. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Gan asked you to. You mean I... The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yeah, he didn't move it as a horse driver, fucking hearse driver that day. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? Huh. There's only one plausible explanation: to transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! 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 What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations. Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe... your time's up. But my time's up. Sorry, Wright, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to go to make it in time for the early bird special. Fuck off. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? It's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Aye. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do you have any concrete proof? Not yet, I do. But Lana does. True, she does. Anna, do I bring up the knife now? No, because it only shows the fucking weapon was there. Not that he killed him. Are you showing evidence I'm not even sure of myself? No, Your Honor. At present I have no conclusive evidence. See, Aji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Initiative never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, Aji, I'll leave the rest to you. Fuck off. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation. Okay. What? Oh, debate! Debate! Lady Luck, maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had yet the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth? Another witness? In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gan has just invoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions. Raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? You may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. Defense called forth. A defendant? It's not a Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? Prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well. The court will now take this final recess for today. In 50 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in Huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. This isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got a lunch date to meet. Bastard! Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court's now in recess. This fucking dick. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. But Chief, here's something else, eh, pals? Think of Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Oh, don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top little girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of options now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. What is interpretation petition to revoke immunity? Risk? What do you mean by that? It's simple. The chief refuses to testify. The opposite also holds true. He forfeits his right to say anything too. Oh shit. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. Think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by a terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders. She must have shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do. That means why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Right, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. What's society got to do with this? Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with this forgery. But he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. What do you mean? Another chapter? But hey, at least it refills all my health now. Trial latter too. Thanks. Noted. Would the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all I've done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Noted, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Oh boy. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. God fucking damn it! When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Fuck off! Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana! If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, there's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now bring its cross-examination. Examination. How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see, I was 24 then, so that would be 5 years. It was good to take the sky with legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases. She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Him and Gant was a respectable detective, that's why, eh? But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And fabricated the evidence. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. Well, that's why you fabricated the evidence 2 years ago. You say you did this all by yourself. Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at this crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. A broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? The prosecutor Marshall died from the unfortunate accident. That's the only situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Or just to protect me.
Well, when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body?
But why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders.
My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others.
When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deducted it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this more in detail. The reason this guy moved the body. Pardon me. Pieces of jar, you mean?
Yes, that wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show us that Dark committed the crime, I thought it would be more expedient to move the body. So, you went first to find the body, the jar was already... Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
Couldn't have been, because he managed to write the fucking thing.
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that.
There must be a contradiction here somewhere.
Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone.
So I rearranged the crime scene. Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer?
How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. You're desperate to hide that fact. You're willing to risk a death sentence? She's lying. She didn't say I wouldn't be blamed for what happened. In any case, as a prosecutor, I've done what is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright, my sister's lying.
Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end.
Huh.
Yeah, no, my dude. No, my dude. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I'm compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony.
Contradiction in my testimony?
You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan."
That's right.
Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood.
Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments.
Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write this message on the jar, it must not have been broken before he died.
Ah.
He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order! Order!
Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're in the dark as we are, about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth.
Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony.
I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have any time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time, so she didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
You said she got all the parts of the jar?
She didn't.
She didn't because that motherfucker still had one. Gans still had the one in his safe.
So the jar was already broken.
The miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
It certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case.
But not as feeble as the judge's judgment. You were an ace detective who never missed a detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces? Normally I would have.
So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar?
No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust.
Well, that helps my case.
Anna, you do that for me?
It seems you two might make up yet.
Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was. If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry. I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened. What do you mean? If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood.
What else could I have done in the situation? Anna, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces.
But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office.
A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now I always carry a pocketed light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle, it's true. I never miss anything, I got every last piece.
No, you don't. So you legally rearranging the crime scene?
Yes. I didn't do any excuse for my actions. Storyline, I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time.
Not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up.
We've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt, this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of prosecution's office.
What contradicts their surface on the testimony?
Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you.
Still, she's not doing this in the right way. I think I finally figured out the contradictions in her testimony. Just one final possibility that might turn everything around.
Do a quick safety save. We'll just throw the thing at him. Yep. The sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of.
What?
We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Grant's safe.
In the chief's safe? But how?
I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece?
I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
May well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ah, can you believe that?
Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken.
Oh, but
There's no way a name could have written on the shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness.
I hope you're not implying that person was Chief Gant at the time. He was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
Ah! No! Wait, I'm not the one on trial here.
Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. We're not cross-examining the judge? That'd be hilarious. Also, why did Edgeworth and Phoenix just finish each other's sentence? They are gay, Your Honor.
Why would Chief Gant do that?
In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear?
What happened afterwards?
Discovering the scene, Lana Skye believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason Miss Skye became the chief's puppet. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Huh? Oi, wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Is something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana may be right after all. What do you mean, right? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? No. This guy, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Skye, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Finally. Alright, the witness may testify once more for the final time.
When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled in the suit of the armored sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword?
You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning.
What? To me?
It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like...
Open the fucking book.
Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? Seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check out that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Oh, now I can examine the book. Nice. Pio.
Nani?
Hey, there's a picture in here.
This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this, because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I had rearranged everything. What else something fun about this, as I instantly see? You see the funny thing on his chest, right, where the bloodstains are? You see that? I'm not saying, but, what's a check? What's up? Mr. Wright, that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be exactly? She gets it. Now I'm thinking with brain. The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's office. Yep, and it has Emma's fingerprints on it. That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints are... They're yours, Emma. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer.
Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Fuck! What? Oh, motherfucker, get out of here!
Come now, Archie. This is the poorest excuse for trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you have to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Nope, you abstain from testifying, motherfucker. You are not saying anything. You are not saying anything, good sir. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. Get it, ass? This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your own neck.
Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't, but someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto?
Ah,
Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves the knocked over Neil Marshall causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. This is true, Mr. Wright.
ah. If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence presented now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? I kinda can't, but at the same time... Do I have anything to cover for myself here? This is the one that will get us all killed. Can I stall? Do I have anything that will let me stall? Do I have anything that will let me stall this one out? The one I know I can't, but... The blue badges. Yeah, logical figures I don't show it yet, but... Find a wound that's missing tip. Single stab wound piercing your heart into the lung. How can I stall this one out? Oh, we're doing it. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this time.
What? You lie. Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you. Took what was inside. The conclusive evidence.
I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why didn't you show them? We found it together.
Oh, I see. Because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gant?
Trying to figure it out. Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? Looks like one has been cut out for some reason.
You mean you had this in your safe?
What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer.
I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it?
You don't have a right to speak. Fuck off. You don't have a right to testify. You abandoned your right to testify. Get the shit out of here.
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Anna.
So you really were manipulating her. Time to use the rules, literally.
I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for me for my aid.
So your sister, Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you.
2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? Right, you just said it.
For insurance, of course.
Insurance?
I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while thwarting the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I had the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to wipe it all off.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too?
Oh. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on now, Wright. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So I admit to it then, Chief Gans, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it when it was before too late.
It's been a long battle. The moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. Huh. Rule number 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. That was the scene that we presented? Nuh-uh. Fuck that guy. I'm not allowed to show it. I'm not allowed to show it. Because I am legally not allowed to show it. And we can ignore rule number 2 because technically, you know, that is if I request to put it out. No, I can't. Way too shitty. Besides, even if I did, I'd just expose that poor circumstances. I'm talking about then and now. There's one more major difference between the two. What are you waiting for that difference? Okay, fair. Fine. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest?
Oh, yes. At last, you've finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this piece of cloth.
Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to lab for analysis. This handprint on the lever. There must have been a strong impact for it to be left so clearly.
Oh, you mean?
It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Oh, ho, ho. You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence. Yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know?
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Very well, I'll tell you. Should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted.
Emma Sky!
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. But why? Why didn't you tell me?
Oh, ho, ho, ho. You're really something, Ryto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to this death.
How could you? You monster!
Miss Sky?
You knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't! Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet.
Oh, well, I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter, Got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer?
Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up.
Oh, and what's that?
Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
Was Emma Sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction.
What? Contradiction? What is this fool babbling about?
I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is.
Let me just... Somewhat of oil?
Into oil? There was no oil at the fucking place. She just took her.
That's right, this piece of cloth. What could possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Picture? Why? Because it was ripped out? What exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Hey, look at all the blood fair. Okay. True! It would have landed on the fucking... Yeah! Yeah, it would have landed on the bloody thing. But it didn't. I'm brainlet. Yeah, that makes sense. Here's a picture Miss Sky took. Take a look at it. See where the piece of this vest was cut out? Yes. The shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs no doubt were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. Oh, but that piece of cloth. Clean as fucking day. Wait. There's no blood on it. Urgh. Since Miss Guy's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on his sword at that time. Oh, this is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armored sword. Brrr. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, that person proceeded to write the name on the jaw with the victim's blood. A jaw that they broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And made Lana believe her sister did it. That you admitted only a moment ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Dies. I'm not gonna scream that hard. It's finally all over. Fuck. Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you will have to do better than that. I refute all your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Why, you ask? I asked, actually. What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Ajay? Earlier, all Ryder here concealed that piece of cloth. True? Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son. What? Yes. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. So if it's unregistered, I could just punch it in. Unless it's a different type of law. Yeah, it should be sufficient to get Lana off the hook, though, literally. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? Seems at last. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit to it, that you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? No, I didn't. I admit I refused to present it at one point. So the evidence is illegal. However... No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Wajay, don't listen to his lies. There's nothing but a coward. You can't really believe...
There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not?
Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now.
Read a book, motherfucker. This is my proof, Your Honor. It's called evidence law.
What is this?
I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more.
What?
You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule number 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I do not have approval from the police department. However, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SR9 incident.
What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and...
You just played into my hands. Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
It was shown only a few moments ago.
No. He's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it the value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Yes, he did.
Oh! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before Prosecutor Marshall in the final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who could that be. Who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. Oh, she's got machine gun arms. Fucking Brian Fury up in his ass.
I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good for nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department.
Killer is Gant. The job? Killer is Gant.
Snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman.
Detective Goodman?
Yeah, that's right.
Darren's transferred and I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room, then all of a sudden he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please open the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered.
He opened his evidence locker and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
"Not too late. I'm going to hand all of this over to Marshall."
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SO9. That's when I saw it, the accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake.
The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker.
I used to be known as the crime complainant. But everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car?
I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk. But what's the big deal? Make a lot more than us detectives ever will.
Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this?
Well, she had as much to lose if I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take.
So, you left the jar fragments and the glove.
Yeah. Looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer.
Bastard.
They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy, why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I could feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Wudgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You're a well-defined investigator, an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Wudgy. Thanks for all the memories, though.
Thanks for the memories, even though they...
Don't worry, you'll be fine. No, you have Rydo here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of new beginnings.
There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence up until today.
So, it seems all these questions raised in this trial have been answered.
I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. Shit, she smiled! I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried depression might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it.
I only did my job.
Most think criminal in this game would.
In light of this case, it seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You were innocent of murder, however. Although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes, I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
Yeah, it's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
not guilty. We fucking got him.
That is all. This court is adjourned.
We did it, gamers. The fucking like 7-hour trial, man. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why your long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended. Oh no, she didn't thank her sister. We got him, gamers. You know, I did my best too, but none of them say a single word to me.
Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Hey, Gumshoe. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You've got some nerve. There is a purpose on. You're making detectives run around while on duty, and to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope, not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone.
Hey! Nana!
Should you be doing this?
Should you be doing this?
She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day, 2 years ago, was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gan to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years.
Wait, didn't Gumshoe start working for Phoenix already?
Yeah, true. What about that? I thought I thought he got thrown out of the force. Huh.
Well,
Yeah, he's just back at the. He's just a detective again. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No. Huh? I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have. Oh, Emma. Emma.
Hey! No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we find a way back to our rightful path. And it is from there that we can move on towards a brighter future. She's free! Well, almost. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up.
Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe,
Me?
thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
Edgeworth?
Stop hiding and come over here.
Ah! Where was he hiding?
Just came to say, congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now.
Bye.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones to act corruptly, not you. Yeah. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth! Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gan was right.
We're the same. One day you'll understand. We're just one man.
I do despise criminals. I planned to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. Which? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Them and Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You had the power of friendship. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright?
Uh-huh, yeah. Wait, is this a pop, what is this, a pop quiz?
Come on, Mr. Wright, show 'em what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Badge? No. No!
There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
I fucked it! Wasn't the badge. The list, true.
Edgeworth, what will you do now?
Bad ending, Sag.
Well, whatever you do, just remember. Can't let what happened kill the prosecutor you knew, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
Get both a half. True! Ah, whatever.
Seems to owe you my thanks too, right? What I face now, my problem.
Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court.
Farewell.
I got baited by Dom. Then again, yeah, whatever.
I better get going too. Okay. I'll to visit you soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do.
Here, this is a little something for you.
Scientific investigation? It's the first book I ever bought. Studied well. Thanks, sis. I will.
And so, another case came to close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. As for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey on my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go tracking off yet, pal.
Huh?
What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side.
Well, you see, Mr. Wright here's the one who'll be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What, you think could afford with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go.
Oh, that's it. Fuck the bad ending. Oh well, whatever.
I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe to take care of Emma. I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma.
At least you flexing, true. But you know what? Ah, whatever. Fucked myself. That's right. But hey, that's number one. Completely, actually. Rex, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though. They overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalized you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. That just goes to show. Can't shake me off that easily. Man just kept his job. Yeah, that was the first of 3 games we have access to in its completion. This 5th episode being DS exclusive because it wasn't in the original game. Oh fuck! My new musicians got the main entrance to take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I have been demoted to security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make detective. Yes, sir. Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe. Just be just like that Dick. Graphics. You bastard, I'm no longer staring at you. I never want to look at you ever again. You bastard piece of wood. Or cardboard, whatever it is. Blech. Died. Fucking died. Well, can't I see him having me showdown with a steak lunch partner? The store managed to sneak this on me. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Gonna make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I can't. I'm not working at the police office. I'm not working at a police office. I can't do that. What do you think I am? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The brother thing? What is the thing? Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's the hot seller. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. The cardboard thing. Oh god. Relation Ben Judd. Brandon Gay? Bro, same. I'll never forget what a young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another try to get, so I better be... Huh? Oh, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, gotta go. Oh, nice chair. Found Global Solutions. Hey, Patrick Riley. Wow. Mr. Anderson. Oh, hey. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Looks like my afternoon training's about to begin. Coming. Well, see you around, Nick. I just hope they both don't appear in the same episode, because then I'll have to hide the fact I can't no longer hide the fact that I use the same voice for both of them. Don't make me do this, man. I want to expose my secrets. Oh, Mr. Murphy. I brought you your tea.
going on? Oh no, it's a letter of resignation in it. It's his letter of resignation, fuck! Oh well. It's not canon anyway. What gives? It's not canon anyway. Oh fuck. Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this. I like kind of like a chicken on it, like meh. Whoop. Nani? Eh? Yo! Nice. Capcom. We did it, gamers. It just boots me to the fucking main menu, gee thanks. So, yeah, that was Ace Attorney. Next week, we'll be starting Justice for All. Because everyone gets their sense of justice. Hey, well, just a year later, actually. Yeah. Let's go draw the thing. I just need an image of it again. I just need an image of the fucking thing again. Like a clear, concise image. There you go, save image as a JPEG. There you go. Alright, sweet. Alright, put this here, put this here. It's not burned to my mind forever. It's not, actually. I am a very forgetful person, unfortunately. I have very massive memory issues. Much to my own dismay. I have like a ginormous memory issues. Anyway, let me pull up Life Split. Not that we need it. So, I doubt I'll need this much time to finish this very, very simple piece of shit. But no, it's not burned to my mind forever. Well, hurry up! Why does software always take ages to do? Oh god, it's the wrong monitor as well. Eh! There you go. New file. Yes. Alright then. Images, copy paste this bastard on here. Reference layer. Do this. Do that. This is not gonna take long, but still. Alright. Where the fuck do we start? I guess like the underline of the fucking head. Okay. Whoop. There we go. Fucking donglets on the side. There you go. This fucking piece of shit, I swear to god. There we go. Ginormous. Okay, these eyes are a bit too big actually. There you go. And now they're too small actually. No, they shouldn't. Mealy. That looks a bit eerie. That looks very eerie. Ah, whatever. This huge ass fucking body. There you go. Ooh, good, good off the side. Thank you. Just attach some legs on top of this. Some tiny legs actually. Attach some legs on the bottom. There you go. Have your legs busted. One arm stretched out, ending in a huge ass ball. And then one like reaching down here and then like whoop. Hell yeah, this is children's drawing of a fucking children's statue thingy, whatever. Here goes the flag, probably ignore the fact the flag exists. This is where the funny like stick is attached. We'll ignore that part, right? Yeah, don't worry about it. That's an attachment point here, that's an attachment point here. Put one like here. Don't worry about it. First of all, give him the belt. Not like physically give him the belt, but like draw it anyway. There you go. There we go. This is how remote is supposed to look like. And then just... I also gotta first fucking like do this. Oh god. And then just like... slap this thing over it. What gives? This is too thin, hang on. Like cover half the fucking thing, right? Yeah, something like that. Disgusting. Anyway. I have this fucking stand here. There you go. Have the stand. Anyway. That's fine. I'll actually, you know what? I'll at least separate the limbs a bit. Have it have some accuracy. You badger motherfucker, I swear. Anyway. Oh, hang on. No. I want to be 100% accurate, right? Not counting colors. Counting colors. Perfect. It is perfect. See, that's a bit of scratch paint over there. Nonetheless, utter masterpiece. Utter fucking masterpiece in just 4 minutes. So, nonetheless. That was Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney 1 for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with the Xenosaurus Zero patch. 1.3 came out, and we're going to play that, obviously. And then on Friday, special funny surprise game. Next Wednesday, might take a break beforehand. Might do like one stream of something else. Just kind of like I did with Yakuza, but not like over 2 weeks, but only like once. I'll see about it. And then afterwards, we'll have Phoenix Wright Justice for All. But yeah, I do. Thank you all for watching. Hope to see you all again next time. And until then, don't die. And don't fake evidence. And if you do, know when to use it. Not like I'm telling you to. Anyway, bye-bye.